যাহার প্রসাদে এ ভব তরিয়া যা। কৃষ্ণ প্রাপ্তি হয় যাহা হইতে কৃষ্ণ প্রাপ্তি হয় যাহা হইতে গুরু মুখ পদ্ম বাক্য চিত্তে করিয়া ঐক্য। আর না করি মনে আশা আর না করি মনে আশা। শ্রী গুরু চরণে রাতে ऐसे उत्तम गति। जे प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा जे प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा। चक्षुदान दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित। दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित। प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते हैं। प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते हैं। वेद गाय जहाँ चरित वेद गाय जहाँ चरित श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन हा प्रभु कर दया देहो मोरे पद छाया हा प्रभु कर दया देहो मोरे पद छाया एबे जास घोष त्रिभुवन एबे जास घोष त्रिभुवन जय प्रभुपद 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 जय प्रभुपद प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनीति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajakacharya Astottara Satta Sri Sriman His Divine Grace Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON founder Acharya His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajakacharya Astottara Satta Sri Sriman His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Ki Jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasnaya Bhutale Shri Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Gauri Vaishnavinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Sri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatt Das Raghunath Sadgoswami Ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Jamuna Mai Ki Tulasi Devi Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Sama Veda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Sri Sri Gaudanitai Ki Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande. Glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. put on the other side. Keep the stand way back then. Yeah, like this. Okay. Need some volume. There's no volume here. Jai Radha Madhava Kunj Bihari Hai Jai Radha Madhava Kunj Bihari Hai Gopi Janavallabha Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo, Hare Krishna. So today is officially, we honor Bhakti Charu Maharaj for his contribution to Krishna consciousness in the world and his most precious and valuable association that we all immensely benefited from. Of course, a day of sadness also, because when great souls leave, it brings about a type of unhappiness that causes one to feel empty. But she reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die. When thou art living still and sound, Vaishnav die to live, and in living spread the holy name around. So the apparent disappearance is just what it is. It's simply a manifestation of another Leela that is unfolding. And for us, it is an opportunity to go deeper in the mood of separation from Krishna and with our spiritual master, which is a mood of absorbing ourselves in the instructions and the directions that we received from His divine grace, and remembering all of the wonderful opportunities that we had and gained from those associations in our Krishna consciousness. So I was asked to speak about Guru. So I chose one verse from the Bhagavatam. It's in the first canto, first chapter, and this is verse number 22. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Tvam na sadarshito datra Dustaram nistitir satam Kalim sadvam haram pumsam Karnadvara ivarnavam. Everyone together. It sounds like an echo. Tvamna sadarshito datra Dustaram nistitir satam Kalim sadvam haram pumsam Karnadvara ivarnavam Tvamna sadarshito datra Dustaram nistitir satam Kalim sadvam haram pumsam Karnadvara ivarnavam.
Tvamna sandarshito datra Dustaram nishtitirshita Kalim sattva haram pumsam Karnadhara ivarnavam
Tvamna sandarshito dhatra Dustaram nistitirshata Kalim sattva haram pumsam Karnadhara ivarnavam.
Tvamna sandasito datra Dustaram nistita sata Kalim sattva haram pumsam Karnadhara ivarnavam.
Ladies,
Vamna sardasito datra Dustaram nistitir satam Kalim sadva haram pumsam Karnadhara ivarnavam. Vamna sandarshito dhatra Dustaram nishtitir shatam Kalim sattva haram pumsam Karnadhara ivarnavam.
Tvam, your goodness, na, unto us, sadarshita, meeting, datra, by providence, dustaram, insurmountable, nistitir satam, for those desiring to cross over, Kalim, the age of Kali, Sattvam haram, that which deteriorates the good qualities, Pumsam, of a man, Karnadhara, captain, Iva, as, Arnavam, the ocean. Translation. So this is Sutta Goswami speaking to Sonika Rish speaking to glorifying Sutta Goswami. We think that we have met your goodness by the will of providence, just so that we may accept you as the captain of the ship for those who desire to cross over the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. I'll read it again. We think that we have met your goodness by the will of providence, so that we may accept you as the captain of the ship for those who desire to cross the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. Srila Prabhupada's purport. The age of Kali is very dangerous for the human being. Human life is simply meant for self-realization. But due to this dangerous age, men have become completely forgotten the aim of life in this age. In this age, the lifespan will gradually decrease. People will gradually lose their memory, finer sentiments, strength, and better qualities. A list of anomalies of this age is given in the 12th canto of this work. And so this age is very difficult for those who want to utilize this life for self-realization. People are so busy with sense gratification that they completely forgot about self-realization. Out of madness, they frankly say that there is no need for self-realization because they do not realize that this brief life is but a moment in our great journey towards self-realization. The whole system of education is geared to sense gratification, and if a learned man thinks it over, he sees that the children of this age are being intentionally sent to the slaughterhouses of so-called education. Learned men therefore must be cautious of this age, and if they all want to cross over the dangerous ocean of Kali, they must follow in the footsteps of the sages of Naimisharanya and accept Sutta Goswami or his bona fide representative as the captain of the ship. The ship is the message of Lord Krishna in the shape of Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam. Om Agyan Timidandasya Gyana Jana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasnaya Bhutale Srimakti Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paschatya De Satarine Panchakalpa Tarubhisya Kripa Sindhu Pevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaho Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare. So here we are in this age of Kali. As is described here, it's a very difficult or more difficult time in the history of mankind to actually practice and achieve the goal of life, which is Prema Pumartha Mahan. The word here is self-realization, but self-realization means to understand your actual constitutional position and the relationship with that position to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And to achieve the goal of life, the scriptures continually explain that the goal of life is not to make a nice arrangement in this material world. Even if you can, which is very difficult to do, you lose it anyway. Time takes it all away. Now this world is designed in such a way you can't win. You're defeated either one way or the other. You want something, you get it, and it doesn't give you the happiness you're looking for. You want something, you don't get it, and therefore you become unhappy. Or, third and last option, you want something, you get it, and it gives you some pleasure for some time, and then it goes. Haribol. This is material life. In any age it is like this, but Kali Yuga, things happen so fast that the span of life is so short that people are simply struggling to find some kind of happiness, but they don't know where to look, and that's the problem. It's like there's a man who he's looking on the ground, he's looking, and his friend comes over and notices that he's looking for something. He said, "You lost something here?" He said, "Yes." "What?" "Oh, I lost some money." "Oh, can I help you look?" "Yeah." So they're both looking. And after some time, his friend says to him, "Are you sure you lost it here?" He said, "No, I lost it over there, but there's more light here." Material life. You can see it, but there's nothing. It's more like an illusion of illumination. It's not real, it's darkness. What appears not to be seen is really the real light, and that is the light of the soul and the light of the relationship of the soul's relationship, eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And to achieve that is the process of pure devotional service. Including in this process, as it's mentioned in Srila Rupa Goswami, gives us a very clear and a very concise understanding of the process of progression as one engages in devotional service. Adao strada sadhu sangha bhajana kriya, anartha nivritti nishta ruchi ashakti bhava, and ultimately this success is prema. He speaks about these 9 steps, and the scriptures describe each one in detail. But the most important, or one of the most important one, in order to achieve the goal, is bhajana kriya. To accept the shelter of the representative of the Supreme Lord, the bona fide spiritual master. Here the analogy is given, the material world is like a gigantic ocean. And to cross an ocean is practically impossible. Even if you have a good boat, there's always so many dangers along the way. The waves. I remember, I think it was the year 2012, maybe some of you were with us, when Bhakti Taru Maharaj arranged this boat excursion from London, and we went all over. Where did we go? We went to France, we went to Spain, we went places in the UK, traveling from place to place and doing Harinam. But just being on that boat, the waves up and down. And we had a few casualties. That means they couldn't make it. Just the waves itself were making us little, you might use the word nauseous. So being in the material world is a feeling of nauseousness. You can't really succeed in anything, but you can just struggle to achieve something. So this analogy is really nice. To achieve the success is to cross a great ocean. And the ocean is full of dangers. There's sharks, gigantic waves. There's sometimes the boat, is not equipped for the trap. But if you have a good boat, and if you have someone who can guide that boat across, although there will be difficulties, there will be challenges, there will be ups and downs, there will be maybe even reverses, still by that qualified captain, then by taking full shelter of the boat led by that captain, what is that boat? That is devotional service. pure devotional service. And the captain is the spiritual master who leads us across this dangerous ocean. So to take shelter of the spiritual master means to make devotional service or the instructions of the spiritual master one's life and soul. That's the only way one can be successful in the execution of devotional service. One has to see that the instructions, guidance, and whatever association we can achieve in that relationship is the foundation for which we can achieve success in Krishna consciousness. But it's very difficult because there will be obstacles, there will be challenges, there will be reverses, there may even be falling us away. But still, if one keeps strong in hearing the glories of the Lord through the words of the spiritual master, along with hearing the process of devotional service, how to execute devotional service. It's not easy. We read the books, right? Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna consciousness is, he said, some people say Krishna consciousness is easy, and some say it's difficult. He poses that question in the 4th canto, 1 verse, in purport. And then he discusses it. Is it easy or is it difficult? What is it? Who said both? You're right. And it's easy for some and difficult for others. And what is that factor that makes it easy? And what is that missing factor, which is the same factor, which makes it difficult? There's only one word. It starts with a D. Devotion, yeah, but devotion fortified by what? Determination. To stay fixed in a determined way on the instructions of the spiritual master and make it one's life and soul. And determination will always be challenged by the encounters we have in this material world. Maya will distract us away. But one who continues to stay fixed on the instructions of the spiritual master and learns the science of how to execute those instructions, then applying those instructions, which is a great science, so we have to hear regularly in order to understand that. It's not so easy because there's such variety in life that one situation may be different than another situation, and for one person it may also be different. So therefore we have to hear regularly from our spiritual master, and especially also from Srila Prabhupada. Because whatever our spiritual master gives us, that is coming from Srila Prabhupada. So there's actually no different. And so therefore it explains that even if one doesn't have great intelligence to understand, philosophical teachings, if one has that faith, along with the determination to hear the words of the spiritual master and the determination to try to carry it out, then yasya devi parar bhaktir yata devi tata guru tasyaita kartitam yata prakasanata mahatmanaha. Really powerful verse from the Svetasvatara Upanishads that explains that if you have implicit, and it's a very, what we say, specific word, that means without a doubt, implicit faith in the instructions given by Krishna and Guru, which are non-different, then all of the knowledge, all of the purports of all Vedic literature are automatically revealed within the heart of a devotee. That's the power of faith in the spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada would sometimes speak about the Guru and he would say, "My spiritual master is wrong, but he's right." It may seem to me that what he's saying is not correct, but actually it's just my misunderstanding, that's all. The spiritual master is never wrong, although it appears sometimes that it doesn't apply to me. Maybe it applies to somebody else, like that. So therefore one has to hear regularly and also question like that. But when the spiritual master leaves the planet, then what do we do? How do we continue in our devotional service and actually increase that devotional service? Well, we should understand that the spiritual master never leaves the disciple, as long as the disciple never leaves the spiritual master. Well, the spiritual master will never leave the disciple, but the disciple can apparently leave the spiritual master. Sometimes we see that when a great personality who is our spiritual master disappears. There is a deterioration in the relationship. But that is neophyte. If we're dependent on the personal presence of the spiritual master, that means we haven't really understood completely the instructions of the spiritual or the position of the spiritual master. Which, when Srila Prabhupada was here, he illustrated that by becoming separated from his devotees who had a lot of love and attachment to his personal presence. One time, Malati, Prabhupada's one of the first ladies who joined Krishna consciousness in San Francisco back in 1967, she had the good fortune of cooking and traveling with Srila Prabhupada in India. So at one point, Prabhupada had to leave her association and go. She had to stay back. So she was feeling tremendous unhappiness not having that association. She became so attached to having Prabhupada's association and the service that she did for him, which was cooking. So she wrote a letter. And in that letter she expressed her feelings of unhappiness of being away from Prabhupada. And Prabhupada acknowledged it in the letter, in his response letter, by saying that yes, it's very nice, you feel like that, but you should understand that the spiritual master is not the body. He is the principle of pure devotional service. So when we connect to that principle through Vakya, or we actually say Vani, both, then there's no break in that relationship. And we find that many times devotees who their spiritual master leaves, they make great advancement. They actually become even more advanced in their devotional service because the mood of separation inspires the heart to try harder. We can't really see, or maybe we can't even experience whether we are pleasing our spiritual. When the spiritual master is here, many times we get acknowledgments that this is pleasing or not pleasing. But when that personal presence is no longer there, then that hankering for that personal presence through the mood of devotion, which inspires the devotee to try even better, even harder, to follow the instructions to the spiritual master, and to be an example for those instructions for everyone. That increases one's relationship with the spiritual master, like that. When Srila Prabhupada, he used his own example. One time he was traveling, he came to Calcutta, and of course that also, that was the place of his spiritual master's departure. So there was one, I forgot what it was, a samadhi, or the place where Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was placed after he departed. And Prabhupada came to Calcutta, and he went to many places, but he didn't go to his spiritual master's place. And some of his godbrothers said, in a critical way, and they spoke among themselves, and the word also got back to His Divine Grace, that he came, but he didn't even go see his spiritual master. And Prabhupada responded, they don't understand, I'm never separated from him. I'm always with him, because always trying to execute his instructions for me by spreading Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada used that example to understand that it's in the heart. That is the real association. And that heart becomes really inspired to do more and to do better. Of course, sometimes we find we reach a certain limit, we can't do more. But we should always try to do better. That's bhakti. Bhakti means to always try to increase the quality by making it more and more pleasing in the execution and the offering that we offer to our spiritual master and to Prabhupada. We want to please him by putting all of our time, attention, and concentration in the execution of devotional service. That is pleasing. With a desire to please the spiritual master. And there is many examples where, even after the departure of the spiritual master, the devotees feel even more connected with their spiritual master than they were when he was personally present. Devotees have expressed that. Yeah, I'm feeling more now presence of my spiritual master. So this physical proximity has a value, but Prabhupada also says that of the two, Vani and Vapu, Vani means instructions and Vapu means personal presence. He said Vapu is dualistic in the sense that you can go down by Vapu if you're not in the right consciousness or if you make a mistake in that association. But Vani, you can only go up. Vani, you can only go up. So, of course, Vapu is very precious when we keep that memories of that association in our heart. And that's an inspiration for going deeper into that relationship. So that Vapu does have a lot of value in that it really endears the heart through the memories and the experiences and the lessons we learned in that relationship. So there's the value there. But ultimately it has to manifest in absorbing oneself in the instructions of the spiritual man and the guidance of the spiritual man. And if you've been fortunate to get a specific instruction from your spiritual master, then the word fortune is Maha fortune. It's something that is not always easy to get, but when one gets it, one considers to be one is very, very fortunate. That this is what I want you to do in your execution of Krishna consciousness. And then you absorb yourself. But otherwise, if you don't receive a personal instruction, simply by following the general instructions, and what is that in general instructions? When Prabhupada he came to Atlanta. This was in 1975, at the end of February. And the devotees from all over the United States came to see Prabhupada in the Atlanta temple. And the Atlanta temple, I guess, is about the size of this room here, approximately. And there were so many devotees that they couldn't fit. inside. They were standing outside the window looking in, and it was in February. Well, it was not so cold because it was Atlanta, Georgia, but it was still not warm either. And the devotees were listening eagerly from outside. And then Prabhupada spoke, and then he opened it up for questions. And the first question was, one of the first questions was, and this was a loaded question. Have you ever had that experience? You get a preconceived idea of what the answer is going to be. In fact, sometimes you're sure of it, but it's never like that. It's just a mindset that is just artificial. So the question was, and there were book distributors all over, and they said, Srila Prabhupada, what pleases you the most? And the person was thinking, he's going to say book distribution. No question about that. But Prabhupada answered in a way that was the essence of the spiritual master's role in the relationship with his disciple. And he said, Prabhupada, in very few words, he just gave the answer. He said, the spiritual master is most pleased when you love Krishna. When you love Krishna, yes. So he said, it's understood that's the business of the spiritual master, is to awaken our love for Krishna. So this is also, so trying to develop that mood of loving devotion to Krishna is very pleasing to the spiritual master. What we do is all meant to bring us to that stage of loving Krishna more and more. But if it doesn't, then we're missing the essence of all the instructions, is to develop our love for Krishna. This is the most fastest clock I've ever seen. It really goes fast. So we have 5 minutes left. And I think there's a video on 8 o'clock, so we should... Any questions or comments about spiritual master, mood of separation?
So how do we, after departure of the Guru, how do we practically deepen that relationship?
The question is, how do you deepen that relationship? Of course, if you had personal instructions or personal association, you can keep that in your heart and reflect on that and remember what it was that was so special about that association. But I think the most important thing is to understand what pleases the spiritual master most. Of course, we said loving Krishna, but you'll see that there are many aspects to the spiritual master's teachings. So you'll find certain spiritual masters emphasize certain things in their preaching, like some emphasize the importance of book distribution. Some emphasize the importance of becoming servant of the servant of the servant, like that. So what did our spiritual master emphasize in his own practice and in his own teachings? And maybe focus on that. But knowing that will be very pleasing to him if you get, focus on that. Along with the general aspect of awakening our love for Krishna. What service would he would like me to do that would be very pleasing to him? You can reflect on that. Anyone else? Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So as you mentioned, as you mentioned that devotees who got personal instructions, they are maha fortunate.
I'm not catching all of it.
Okay. So my question is regarding the disciples who could not get direct instructions from the spiritual master. Now, when you say general instructions, so there are many, like book distribution, prasadam distribution, deity worship, Vaishnava seva, so many things. And a disciple has his particular nature. Like somebody likes to go for book distribution, somebody is more interested doing deity worship, like that. So should we go with our nature, or should we follow the instructions of our superior, the authority? And even though our nature does not, match with the service assigned to us by authority.
Welcome to ISKCON. Get the job done. That's what it's about. Okay. So, our nature is to serve. So when we're working under the guidance of a representative of our spiritual master, we should see that a representative is who he is. He's a representative of our spiritual master. So we should try to follow that instruction. But we can also express that maybe I can do this other service. And if that's granted, then fine. You can also request to serve in a certain way. But when there is no option, then you just accept that whatever is given to you. And that way you're connected. You're connected with the spiritual master. You're engaged nicely in devotional service. There are sometimes emergencies where something is required and certain persons or only certain persons are available. You might be one of them, just has to fill in whenever something is needed. But we should be thankful that we have the opportunity to serve. And if we can serve according to our nature, but how much do we know about our own nature? Our nature is, what is our nature? Take prasadam, right? That's our favorite service. It's service too, so. But it's nobody complains about that one. But so we try to please the spiritual master by obeying, following his representatives like that. But this is also a concern that we're working in the mood to try to develop Varnashram. Prabhupada wanted that, to guide devotees to develop their propensity in Krishna consciousness and use that to serve. That's Prabhupada's desire, that we actually come to that stage of working according to our swadharma. And then dovetailing that in Krishna consciousness, then it's called Daivi Varnashram. Okay, so yes, Ananda.
Thank you, Maharaj, for your wonderful class. My question is, like, the Guru guarantee that will take us back home, back to Godhead. If the Guru went ahead of us, like Bhakti Charu Maharaj, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, is that promise still continuing to take us home back to Godhead?
Yeah. That relationship is never lost, and that commitment is there. Prabhupada used to say that even if you don't finish in this life and you remain sincere in the execution of devotional service, that means you continue to follow, then the spiritual master will come again in in your next life, and also again you'll reconnect. We have the example of Bilvamangala Thakur. When he was chasing after, this is a long story, so I'll make it short. He was chasing after a prostitute, but in his previous life he was Somagiri, and he was engaged in devotional service. No, I'm not sorry, he wasn't Somagiri. His previous spiritual master was Somagiri. So when he was chasing after this prostitute, she actually chastised him for his activities. And what she said was, if you had so much attachment to this body for Krishna as you do for this body, and you would be successful. But that wasn't the words of Chintamani, the prostitute. It was the word of Somagiri, his guru. He spoke through the prostitute. Now the spiritual master will come back and again do whatever is necessary to bring you to the perfectional stage. But Prabhupada used to say, don't make your spiritual master come back. Finish up in this life. He said he can do it. Just remain fixed in your devotional service. Remaining fixed means we should always chant very good rounds every day. 16 good rounds, Prabhupada said. Not 16 rounds. 16 good rounds. So we have to work on that. And that'll give us a lot of the strength to become perfect in this life. Okay, any other questions or comments? Yes, Mataji.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, I just want to understand that
Jai Dvaita Maharaj ki jai.
the physical form of the Guru, we are attached to that physical form, but when the Guru is in a different realm, his form is different, right? So how...
What is different?
Like how we are, like for me, I'm really personally attached to the form of Bhakti Charu Maharaj, Guru Maharaj in this form. But in the realm that Guru Maharaj is, he might be in a different form. So how do I understand that? And
You'll know that. Because you never separated, you will also know that. His spiritual master will come back. He'll come back in another form, but in other words, he's arranging for you. That's his service to make. As long as you remain serious and practice Krishna consciousness according, then even if you don't finish, he will come back in another form. But it's the same spiritual master. Okay, so I think we're a little bit past the hour. We don't want to get out of schedule too much. So thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Always remember that we all have...
His Holiness Chandramuli Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Gurudev Mahamasto ki jai.
You can find some time later to mention it.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for reminding us that Spiritual Master never leaves us. Also, providing a very good direction to us that with determination we can increase our devotion after Spiritual Master, is left the planet. So thank you very much, Maharaj. We appreciate that. Now, as we announced earlier, we would like to see 2 videos. This is actually very sensitive and emotional moment for most of us. If you remember 3 years back, most of us didn't sleep whole night. Many of us were chanting whole night. Many of us were glued to different channels or different streaming. One of them was Ujjain. Because I personally was, glued to that. This time, or maybe an hour, 2 hours before this, we started. And we never thought that Guru Maharaj would not come back from hospital. So everybody was trying to find out what's happening. Maharaj came and devotees started singing Jayanilo Premadhano. Then we realized that it is the big truth, and many of us couldn't handle. Some of us talked also that time. don't know what to do. So that moment is around 8:30, 8:34 to be precise. So we would be singing Jayanilo that time. Before that, Krishna Kishore Prabhu helped us to find two very good videos of Gurudev. So we would be starting with that. So Ajay Govind Prabhu, please help with that. Hare Krishna.
Always remember that you all have joined ISKCON, you have come to ISKCON just to develop your devotion. That is the most important consideration. And as your spiritual master, as your guide, as your leader, my responsibility is to see that your devotion is increasing. Your devotion is my main concern. I don't care how much service you are rendering. I don't care how expertly you are rendering your service. I don't care how much money you are bringing, because that is not my concern. My concern is your devotion. You make advancement in your spiritual life. That's all I want. Because I can tell you, service, you can hire people and get service done. To get, so many business organizations are getting such huge operations run. That is, by paying people money, they are getting that done. So there are lots of expert people outside there. And by paying money, you can get their expertise. But our concern is devotion. We want devotees. We don't want karmis. We don't want expert employees. What we want is devotion, pure devotion. That is what is our business. And when we become devotees, then we become expert. But that's another kind of expertise. It is through devotion that our expertise develops, and that expertise is desirable. Like we saw, Prabhupada was expert in everything. Whatever Prabhupada did he was first class. Not only when Prabhupada wrote books, not only when Prabhupada gave lectures, not only when Prabhupada preached to people. Whatever Prabhupada did was perfect. That is the sign of pure devotion. Because devotee is perfect, pure devotee's devotion is perfect, he has achieved the perfection of his life, therefore whatever he does becomes perfect. When Prabhupada sang, it was perfect. When Prabhupada spoke, it was perfect. When Prabhupada cooked, it was perfect. When Prabhupada cut vegetables, it was perfect. When Prabhupada washed the vegetables, it was perfect. So that is how, at least I have seen what pure devotion actually is. For a pure devotee, everything is perfect because he is perfect. And because he is doing it for Krishna, it's perfect. Because he is empowered by Krishna, it is perfect. Even when Prabhupada chastised, it was perfect. When Prabhupada used to chastise, I tell you, the room used to shake. It's not that you are shaking. The room used to shake. His voice used to just become so. As it is, you have heard Prabhupada's voice. How is it? It's like thunder. And when the thunder blows thunder, you can well imagine what it is. So we are here to develop your devotion. Otherwise, what will happen? If we don't aspire for the platform of pure devotion, what will happen? will fall down. Only matter of time. If not today, after 5 days or after 5 years, will fall down. Because why is it that? Because what we are actually cultivating then, we are not cultivating pure devotion. What we are cultivating is our false ego. We are cultivating our false ego. I am the greatest. Without me, Krishna consciousness movement will not go on. Without me, the whole world will come to a standstill. So that is the cultivation of false ego. So we have only two choices, Krishna or me. Me means false ego. So if I don't go for Krishna, it will be for my false ego. And the result, if you allow your false ego to become inflated, what will happen? For how long can you stay on this spiritual platform? Cultivation of false ego means Maya. It happens, I have seen in my almost 33 years of experience in Krishna consciousness, I have seen many devotees. They were cultivating their false ego. So Maya allowed them, okay, let your false ego grow, let your false ego become inflated. And then when it was inflated enough, Maya said, okay, now you come to me. Come to my lap. You sit on my lap so that I can drink your blood. That's what Maya does. Kato nidra jao Maya, pishachi roko. Pishachi, what does a pishachi do? Pishachi sucks the blood. So you get into Maya's lap, what will you get? Maya will suck your blood. How does Maya suck your blood? Do you know how Maya sucks your blood? Maya sucks your blood through your sex life. Through the sex life, Maya takes your blood away. So be very careful about your very precious Krishna consciousness. Cultivate it very carefully.
हरे कृष्णा। सब्सक्राइब करिए हमारे शिक्षार्थकम चैनल को और प्रेस करिए इसके बेल आइकन को ताकि अगली वीडियो सबसे पहले आप देख
Some say you were an ISKCON man. Some say you were a Prabhupada man. But we say you are Prabhupada Gota Pran. Prabhupada is your life and soul. Oh, loving loving soul, oh pure soul, oh pure soul, oh loving soul, oh loving soul. Pure, oh pure soul. Some say you were a great personality. Some say you were a worldwide preacher. But we say you are Prabhupada Gotapran. Prabhupada is your life and soul. Oh loving soul, oh pure soul. Jai Mor Rasonidhi, Jai Mor Vancha Siddhi, Jai Mor Rasonidhi, Jai Mor Vancha Siddhi, Jai Mor Vedera Dhara. Some say you were a fragrant flower of a rose. Some say you touch hearts wherever your voice goes. But we say you are Prabhupada Gotapran. Prabhupada is your life and soul. Oh loving soul, oh pure soul, oh pure soul, oh loving soul, oh loving soul. Pure, oh pure soul. Some say you were shelter like a banyan tree. Some say you gave love of Krishna and made us free. But we say you are Prabhupada Gota Pran. Prabhupada is your life and soul. Anukula habe vidhi she pade hoibe siddhi. Anukula habe vidhi she pade hoibe siddhi. Nirakhibo e dui nayane. Nirakhibo e dui nayane. Some say you showed in ISKCON real Vaishnav Sadachar. Some say you never did anything to cause Vaishnav aparad. But we say you are Prabhupada Gota Pran. Prabhupada is your life and your soul. O loving soul, O pure soul. O pure soul, O loving soul, O loving soul, pure, O pure soul. প্রফুল্লিত হবে শিবিনে। Some say you were a great cook and always others you love to feed. Some say the heart of Srila Prabhupada you read. But we say you are Prabhupada Gota Pran. Prabhupada is your life and soul. O loving soul, O pure soul. Darshana ahi garale jaralo dehi. Tua darshana ahi garale jaralo dehi. Chiradina tapika jivana. Chirodina tapita jira. Some say the glories of your kirtan were a wonder to behold. Some say your Bengali words were very sweet and bold. But we say you are Prabhupada Gota Pran. Prabhupada is your life and soul. O loving soul, soul.
Vishnupadaya
Some say they were
Krishna
scared of you
Bhutale
like thunder.
Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine
Some say
Namaste
they were
Saraswati
sweeter than the
Devi
sweetest
Gauravani
nectar.
Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Paschatali Shuddhali Srila Prabhupada Ki Shamobeta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Gaur Premanande
We love you, oh Prabhupada, Gotapran. We miss you, oh Prabhupada, Gotapran. We will find you again. Our loving service and separation will end. Oh pure soul, oh loving soul, oh pure soul. Oh, loving soul.
and that way we always remain with the spiritual master. Spiritual master is never away. And that is a very, very important consideration. Like we have noticed when the spiritual master is present on the planet, some individuals, some disciples become very, very enthusiastic in serving him, completely committed to him. But then we see when the spiritual master disappears, they actually drift away. And that is actually a very unfortunate thing to happen.
Tabu kathamrita tapto jivana kobi bhiririta kalmashapaha tabu kathamrita tapto jivana kobi bhiririta kalmashapaham shravana mangala shrimadatata bhuvi grinnanti je bhurida jana shravana
Hare Krishna. যে আনিল প্রেম ধন করুণা পছু যে আনিল প্রেম ধন করুণা পছু হেন প্রভু কথা গেলা আচার্য ঠাকুর কাহা মোর স্বরূপ রূপ কাহা সনাতন কাহা মোর স্বরূপ রূপ কাহা সনাতন এক কালে কথা কাহা দশ রঘুনাথ পতিত পাবন কাহা মোর ভট্ট যুগ কাহা সনাতন কাহা মোর ভট্ট যুগ কাহা কবিরা এক কালে কোথা গেলা গোরা নটরা পাশানি কুটিব মাথা আনালে পশিব গৌরাঙ্গ গুণের নিধি কথা গেলে পাব কেশব সঙ্গীর সঙ্গে যে কইল বিলা সে সঙ্গ না পায় কান্দে নরতম হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. नदिया बिहारी गौर हरि नदिया बिहारी गौर हरि गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय 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 राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय भक्ति चरु शमी गुरुदेवा भक्ति चरु शमी गुरुदेवा जय भक्ति चरु शमी गुरुदेवा भक्ति चरु शमी गुरुदेवा जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल श्रीमद् भक्ति चारु स्वामी गुरु महाराज की, शील प्रभुपाद की, गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine. Swami iti nam. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namine. Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Vedanta Swami. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine. Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Deva, Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Deva. Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Deva, Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Deva. Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Gaur Premanandi. Okay, he'll sing next. A bhajan, but only a few minutes. The Maharaj has come. Hi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Guru Maharaj ki jai, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Jayam Vishnupad Punamansa Parivrajacacharya Stotra Siddha Shri Srimad A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Raj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giti Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadip Dham Ki Jai Jagannath Puri Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Jamana Mai Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Om Ganatmirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurn Miditam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manopistam Stapitam Jena Bhutade Swayam Rupa Koda Mahyam Dadhati Shapadantikam Vande Hang Shri Guru Shri Jatapadakamanang Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Shagrajatam Sahagana Raganatan Vitam Stam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lolita Sri Vishakhan Vitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagat Pate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kamshana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Prashabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Odi Priye Vanchakol Patirubhyascha Kripa Sindhopyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sarvabhutatma Bhutatma, a sign of a saintly person is that he's dear to everyone and everyone is dear to him. Sarvabhuta Atma Bhutatma. So our Bhakti Charamraj was the example. Everyone felt that when we heard people speaking about Maharaj after his departure in Mayapur, or in Mayapur after his departure, when we heard people speaking, so many were expressing that they felt that they were his special friend, that Maharaj had a special friendship for them. So many. Most of us have one or two or three special friends, but so many of us felt that we were, that Maharaj regarded us as a special friend. That's another quality of a Vaishnava. He's friendly. And friendly means, really friendly. There's your standard. Maharaj was our standard of friendship. We're formally friendly, officially friendly, calculatingly friendly, measuredly friendly. But Maharaj was just friendly. He was so many God brothers, so many other devotees. Gaudiya Math, they were so friendly toward Maharaj. They all just were so affectionate toward him. because he was also affectionate toward everyone. Sympathetic, friendly toward everyone. Even toward the non-devotees, he was so friendly and innocent also. Our minds are so full of junk that it's hard for us to be friendly. Yeah, whoever got kidnapped, let them be kidnapped. And you can put your phone on silent mode. Very innocent in his nature, not seeing people's bad sides, people's motives, people's intrigues and plans, really seeing the good side. That's another quality of a Vaishnava. He's a dosha darshi, he doesn't see the faults, but he magnifies the good qualities of others. So Maharaj had that he appreciated the Vaishnavas, not that there's a mentality, our Hari Parshad Prabhu was talking about it, it's the mentality of, who the hell are you? You know, we meet somebody and we think, well, who the hell are you anyway? You know, you're not important, you don't really matter that much, especially compared to me. You know, who the hell are you? But just the opposite, that Maharaj appreciated the other devotees so much, and showed them so much affection, and therefore everyone felt such affection for Bhakti Charumash. In fourth canto, yes, we read that concerning the Prachetas, that the Lord expressed appreciation because of their brotherly affection for one another. We want that. We don't want just an official society, a society of people who have a relationship with one another insofar as the others can do something for us. But we want to do something for others. We want to serve the other devotees. And we want to have loving relationships with the devotees. So that was all embodied in Bhakti Charumash. He was so ideal in that way. Affectionate toward his juniors, affectionate toward his equals, affectionate toward his seniors. I know he had so much affection for Srila Sridhar Maharaj, for example. And at the same time, real affection. But at the same time, his heart ultimately was sold out to Srila Prabhupada. He could be affectionate to anyone, but finally his heart was sold out to Srila Prabhupada. And therefore there was this other side too. He said that, I'm sure you've heard it before, he said that I'm Prabhupada's dog. So if there's any threat or problem, he said, I have to bark. And I have to bark. And we saw that side also, that especially in regard to our New York, Brooklyn Temple matters, which I was involved in. So I got to see how close up he dealt with the matter so strongly. He was, and perfectly also. He had to be strong and at the same time perfectly on the line of Krishna consciousness, so that it wasn't material. It's easy in such things to sort of descend onto the material platform and get down in the muck. but he remained on the spiritual platform, and at the same time very, very strong. I remember there was a public meeting held for the devotees at the Brooklyn Public Library. It was really the first public meeting, or first meeting of all the devotees concerning that matter. And devotees were speaking about how they'd been banned from the temple and so on. And Maharaj at that time was the chairman of the GBC, and he was the chairman of the committee that was dealing with this matter. And he just became so angry that, did Prabhupada create this society so that the devotees would be banned? Is that what we do? He was just irate. And for that meeting, the main speakers, Maharaj and the others from the committee and so on, everybody had a script, really. They all gave their talks. The talks had all been worked out well in advance, down to the last punctuation mark. And on this matter of being banned, Maharaj just went totally off script. Totally off script. He said that we'll have to deal with this, and put an end to this. And he said, and I say that not as Bhakti Swami, but as chairman of the governing body commission. And really, really strong. So these different sides were there, that so affectionate, but he could also be so strong, especially when it came to the interests of Srila Prabhupada, the honor of Srila Prabhupada and the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. He was also, as you know, the professor of Vaishnava etiquette, but not just the professor, but the embodiment, again, of the example of Vaishnava etiquette. I remember we were I've told this before, but we were driving in Mayapur. We'd just come to Mayapur, I guess. And we were just leaving. Anyway, we were in a car in Mayapur, in the compound itself. And they have those posts to restrict traffic. A post that you can put in a hole and then the cars can't go. And then when there's some legitimate, usually VIP car, then they lift the pole and the car can go through. So we were driving in a car like that. Chandrasekhar, Maharaj's disciple, was driving. And suddenly Maharaj began chewing him out. What's wrong with you? What do you think you're doing? What's wrong with you? What had happened? That one devotee, off in the distance, I couldn't even see, was lifting the pole so the car could go through. And Maharaj said to Chandrasekhar, he's my godbrother, how can you allow him to do this? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing it? That is, he shouldn't have to do, his godbrother shouldn't be having to do this service for him. So it wasn't just formal, according to Vaishnava etiquette, actually, the godbrother it was felt so strongly and spontaneously. How can you allow, what's wrong with you? So strongly. That's again, it's a matter of heart. It's not just book knowledge that according to this verse, according to that verse, but heartfelt. And in preaching also, heartfelt desire for people to become Krishna conscious. And also a heartfelt enthusiasm. He was so exuberant, bubbly, you can even say. I think that's bubbly in Krishna consciousness, like when you pour soda and it bubbles, he was so enthusiastic about Krishna consciousness. He liked it so much. He took such pleasure in Krishna consciousness that it was spontaneous. Everybody, others would just naturally want to be a part of that mood. Be part of that mood. When he was cooking, he would have that mood. He would so much enjoyed cooking especially for the devotees, or arranging prasadam for the devotees. It was a great pleasure to be part of it. Even if you were on the cooking side, I think it would be a great pleasure. I was never on the cooking side, but I was on the receiving side. But it was such a pleasure because Maharaj was so enthusiastic. There's prasadam served like, here you go. But then there's prasadam where you know that they really want you to be happy, and they've gone all out. So Maharaj had that mood to want to please the devotees. He would arrange for prasadam for the GBC members during the GBC meetings, or for this group or that group of devotees. And it was such a wonderful experience. Sometimes it would just be one or two devotees, and he would enjoy making Monk's Delight, the trademark. I'm surprised no one started a Monk's Delight business yet. But he just so much, and whether or not you liked Monk's Delight, he liked it so much that you'd get a taste for it. Monk's Delight. Well, what are the ingredients of Monk's Delight? Who knows the ingredients? I'm trying to remember. Yes. Spinach was part of it. Stir-fried. Bottomless pizza? No. Oh, bottomless pizza, tomato and cheese. But what was the main substance? Was it noodles or was it...
rice.
No.
Semolina.
Semolina. Yes, that's right. The main ingredient was semolina, and then there would be spinach and cheese. Okay. I knew it wasn't rice. Yeah, these things have to be recorded so it doesn't get lost. The monks will be disappointed. And Maharaj liked to glorify the devotees also. He would say about this or that devotee that he's so brilliant, that this devotee is so brilliant, or that devotee is so brilliant. And he would appreciate so much. And of course his dealings with Srila Prabhupada were on the most special level. He was able to... Nice to see you. Hare Krishna. I didn't expect to see you here. Nice. Hare Krishna. ATD. Wow. One time Prabhupada had, I think it's recorded someplace, Krishna never sent me any first-class men. But I don't know, but one time I was with him in Los Angeles, a couple of devotees, and Prabhupada told that story about a man who's walking and he sees a gourd and a wire and a stick. You don't know that story. There's a man who's walking, and Prabhupada told the story. He's walking and he sees a gourd. He says, is it a very important thing, a gourd lying on the road? And Prabhupada said, no, it's not a very important thing. And he's walking and he sees a wire. Is it a very useful thing, very important thing? No, Srila Prabhupada. No, not important. And he's walking, he sees a stick. Is it a very valuable thing, a stick? No, Srila Prabhupada. He said, but an intelligent man, he fixes the gourd on the stick and he strings the wire and he makes a nice musical instrument. He said, similarly, I have collected all you American and European boys. So he made the most of what he got. But in Bhakti Charamaj, he got such a special devotee, naturally Krishna conscious, naturally, well, the name says it, beautiful, naturally refined in his behavior, naturally intelligent, educated, everything. So it was so nice for Prabhupada to have such a wonderful devotee, and therefore Prabhupada, gave him first initiation, second initiation, sannyas. Tamal Krishna Maharaj always, looking out for the best way to do things. Raised the question, that Prabhupada, he's new, he's young, because we know devotees, they take sannyas and then they may fall down. Maharaj was quite young at the time. Prabhupada said, even if he falls down, he'll fall down to the mode of goodness. But I remember, especially those days in Vrindavan, Prabhupada's last days, when Bhakti Charamaj, along with Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Bhavananda, and others, were seeing to Prabhupada's care. And so much affection for Srila Prabhupada, so much devotion to Srila Prabhupada, and such a desire to serve and please Srila Prabhupada. And that's what a disciple is. Someone who just wants to satisfy. It's not just, how do I, like satisfying a client or something, you fulfill the order and the client says, yes, this is what I ordered, very good. But supersedes it so that the spiritual master becomes deeply satisfied. That it's not just a question of business, but it's so deeply heartfelt. And that's what we saw with Bhakti Charamaj, that he so much wanted to serve Srila Prabhupada in every way. Personally, there in Vrindavan, and throughout his career, everything for the sake of Srila Prabhupada, not a separate agenda, but deeply wanting to please Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada was, I especially remember the first night that Maharaj came. I've told before, but the first night he came to Vrindavan when Prabhupada was there. I remember he came, I think my memory tells me he came in the evening, and it was a little dark in the room, and he came and was offered obeisances and was standing near Srila Prabhupada's, the head of Srila Prabhupada's bed, and speaking so gently and softly and sweetly to Srila Prabhupada. I think he was speaking in Bengali, if I remember, so I didn't know the language, but you could understand. And maybe there was some English there too, but you could understand that he was just perfectly supporting or encouraging Srila Prabhupada exactly according to the circumstances, and massaging Prabhupada's head, and just so wonderful that he seemed to me just like an angel from the Vaikuntha world, just an angel from the Vaikuntha world. It's not, somebody from New York or Los Angeles or these other places, but genuinely from the spiritual world, who was there to assist Prabhupada in his final days, and there to assist Prabhupada in pushing on the Krishna consciousness movement. And so I think Srila Prabhupada felt very satisfied to have such a what should we say, such a wonderful disciple. And we're also fortunate to have been or to be connected with him, either as godbrothers and friends or as disciples. It's such a good fortune. It's such a good fortune for all of us, and maybe more so for you. Maybe more so for you. Because you can give your whole life for his service. We have, the rest of us, we're friends, but the position of being son or daughter, disciple, means that you can dedicate your whole life and soul for pleasing him. You can dedicate your whole life and soul for pleasing him, knowing that at the same time Prabhupada will be satisfied, Krishna will be satisfied, everything will be perfect. Everything will be perfect. Hare Krishna. $10:15, right?
His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj ki Jai. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Tirobhav Mahavastav ki Jai. So we also want to welcome Guru Maharaj God Brothers, His Grace Brahmatirtha Prabhu, Haribo, His Grace Ramya Prabhu, His Grace Soma Prabhu, His Grace Pundarik Prabhu. Haribo. We are honored as well as indebted to all of you. You came here, in this very important program for all of us. So we really thank from bottom of our heart. Thank you so much. So our next program would be His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, who is here. He would be coming any minute, and we would, maybe we will do kirtan a little bit until Maharaj comes. Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. We can start. Yeah, he's coming. Kirtan, we can start. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Oh Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Tirobhav Mahamahostav ki
Jai.
So Maharaj, thank you very much on behalf of all of us. We would like to thank you from bottom of our heart. Thank you for coming and sharing time when you are so busy in your schedule. I remember Maharaj, Guru Maharaj mentioned multiple times about you, but I remember one particular incident when he came to New York, and I usually go to receive him, and after receiving him, he said, we had a very good, wonderful meeting, GBC meeting, and you know what I told? I said, no Maharaj. So he mentioned that I told about Radhanath Maharaj. That time actually the fever of soccer was in the news and everywhere, the World Cup soccer. So he said that he mentioned that the country, when it wins, when there are more goals. But that doesn't mean the striker is doing the goal. Everybody else is helping him. So like that, Radhanath Maharaj is a striker for ISKCON team, and we all should help. That is what he mentioned to his God brothers, and this is what he shared with me. So we are very, very, honored and, enlightened, because this is the place where we wanted to see all of you to come more often and guide us, inspire us, and we are very happy that, you all are with us. So thank you very much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वापदान्तिकं। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरौ श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवंश्च। श्रीरूपं सागरजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धु दीनबन्धु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कान्त Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Pancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatharine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine. I'm very grateful, very honored to be with all of you today. The disappearance day of such a gentle, humble, loving, yet fearless and powerful Vaishnav who gave his life and soul to teach us by his example. It is a day of simultaneously feeling the bitter sorrow of his separation and sharing with one another the sweet joy of his presence in our hearts today. And all the wonderful things through instructions, interactions that he has given to us. I'm so happy to have this opportunity to be with all of you, loving followers, disciples and well-wishers of Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And yet feeling such a loss of his association. This apparent contradiction was very much at the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers. On the disappearance day of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada would speak to the devotees, lead us in Pushpanjali, and worship his spiritual master. At such times, Srila Prabhupada would discuss the philosophy that Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada taught us, taught the world. He would describe the life of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, his great achievements in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's parampara, his personal divine characteristics as a Paramhamsa. And Srila Prabhupada would often also describe his own personal interactions with his Guru Maharaj and how he transformed his life. At such times, we can hear in these recordings where Srila Prabhupada would cry. His voice would be choked up, and audibly clearly hear his crying in separation from his Guru Maharaj, and also his crying in gratitude to all of his followers for helping him to execute the will of his Guru Maharaj. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj is present with us within our love for him, our will to surrender to his will, his instructions, and in the form of those who love him, followers. We have come together in gratitude as disciples, as devotees inspired by him, as God brothers, God sisters. We've come together to express and share our gratitude, not only for all that he has done for us, but for the immense historical pleasure he has offered to our beloved Srila Prabhupada. And we have come together to offer gratitude to each other. When Srila Prabhupada would say, "I thank you for helping me to execute the mission of my spiritual master," and he would cry saying this. How grateful we should be for all those who are carrying Bhakti Charu Maharaj's mission and mercy in our hearts. Sometimes Krishna orchestrates his pastimes with his devotees in inconceivable ways, wherein we have to search deep in our hearts to understand his will. Today is Guru Purnima, and I believe Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj 3 years ago, Krishna took him from us on Guru Purnima. We have Vyas Pujas for our Gurus. Guru Purnima is a day that is universally accepted in most all sampradayas as the day to worship and honor our Gurus. In Vrindavan, in the generation just after Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Guru was Srila Sanatana Goswami. In fact, our Rasacharya Srila Rupa Goswami, he honored Srila Sanatana Goswami, his elder brother, as his Guru. It was on Guru Purnima at Sri Govardhan, on the banks of Manasi Ganga, beside Chakaleshwar Mahadev, that Sanatana Goswami departed from this world. He's the Sambandha Guru of our whole sampradaya forever. Krishna took Bhakti Charu Maharaj on this day, the day we celebrate Guru full moon, and the day we worship Srila Sanatana Goswami. When our beloved Guru Maharaj Srila Prabhupada departed from the world, he was in Vrindavan Dham, surrounded by loving associates like Srila Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj. Most of the rest of the world of ISKCON didn't really know what his condition was. I know where I was, it actually came like a thunderbolt shock when the news came that he departed. One may wonder, such a dear associate, such a pure Vaishnav, such an exalted saint, why in a hospital bed in Florida? But on this most auspicious day, devotees on every continent on earth, except maybe Antarctica, tens, perhaps hundreds and thousands of devotees in various places for days were remembering him in such intimacy and having kirtan. I'm thinking that perhaps it was the largest kirtan at the time of the departure of a Vaishnav that I know of. Harinam Sankirtan is not bound or limited by any geographical considerations. It's transcendental. When Srila Prabhupada was asked about after his disappearance, or even when he was geographically in a distant place, he would say, if you are chanting Hare Krishna and I am chanting Hare Krishna, we are together. Golokera Premadana Harinam Sankirtan. The holy name has descended from Goloka. So many thousands and thousands of devotees all over the world simultaneously, with love, with gratitude, chanting Krishna's names in honor of Bhakti Charu Maharaj. I believe all these tens and thousands, hundreds and thousands of devotees were all in that room with him, chanting. And in that sense, most auspicious in every way. Most of us have read this historical and most devotional and illuminating book that Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj wrote of his life and his relationship as the servant of Srila Prabhupada. And many of us have had the extraordinary fortune of being personally touched by his kindness through our interactions. It is unimaginable. These things, I'm sure, have already been discussed and will be discussed forever. What Srila Prabhupada saw in him from the very beginning. Not only his deep and genuine sincerity, but something beyond that, between Srila Prabhupada and his eternal soul. While there were devotees giving their lives, surrendering everything to serve Srila Prabhupada year after year after year. Longing for a glimpse of Srila Prabhupada. Just yesterday, I was at my beloved godbrother Soma Prabhu's house. And on his altar there was a photograph of Srila Prabhupada in 1976, sitting in a garden of New Vrindavan. And with one hand he was preaching, and the other hand he was holding a rose flower. I was so thrilled. This was just last night, actually, because I remembered I gave Srila Prabhupada that rose. I didn't put it in his hand, I just put it at his lotus feet. And he had a garland of daisies. Daisy is a simple wildflower that grows. And Srila Prabhupada was describing the concept of Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva. He said, just like he held up the garland of daisies. He said, just like there is the flowers. And then he picked up the rose that I put at his feet and said, and there is the rose. He said, the rose is a flower. They are all flowers, but still the rose is better. And he was comparing the rose to Krishna and the daisies to us, because there was one rose and many, many daisies. So the thrill I had just seeing, because it was very, very rare and special to have an opportunity to have a personal interaction with Srila Prabhupada. And for myself, there were very few, especially after I came to the West from India. And "47 years later, after putting that rose on his seat, I'm still thrilled thinking, I got to give Srila Prabhupada a rose. And he picked it up and used it as an analogy in his lecture. And actually, to really appreciate those moments is only really possible when we're not expecting or demanding those moments. Because if we're expecting and demanding attention, then we get it. We're not really grateful. But when it comes by mercy, how grateful we are. Because we didn't demand it, we didn't expect it. We can appreciate it as mercy. So yes, there were so many thousands and thousands of devotees all over the world who were longing, yearning for any moment of an interaction with Srila Prabhupada. There were devotees who surrendered their everything, their wealth, their homes. They were giving every drop of all of their energy, their whole life. And after 5, 6, 7 years, if Srila Prabhupada gave a moment glance to them, they're grateful for the rest of their lives. What to speak of picking up a rose. So many of us were surrendering our lives, at least trying to, year after year. And Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, when Srila Prabhupada first met him, he was actually a very new devotee. What did Srila Prabhupada see in him? And what was the immediate surrender and love that he had for Srila Prabhupada? I believe Srila Prabhupada saw such an unconditional will to serve. He brought him into his personal inner entourage. To help him with all the correspondence in the Hindi language. Bengali is the language of our Gaudiya Sampradaya. Of course, Vedic literatures and many of our acharyas, their literatures are directly in Sanskrit. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat, so many of the poems and songs of Thakur Bhakti Vinod Narottam Das Thakur are in the Bengali language. It was the native tongue of Rupa and Sanatan and Jiva Goswami. And Srila Prabhupada born under that jackfruit tree in Calcutta. He was brought up in a household of Bengali language. Srila Prabhupada's books were such a dearmost contribution that Srila Prabhupada was making to the offering to the world on behalf of our Guru Parampara. He instructed Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj to translate all of his books. The translations, the word for word, purports in the Bengali language. Such a responsibility. And he had just met him. If any of Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers were reading, because most all of them are Bengali by language, how accurate is this? They're going to be, we don't know, the Americans, but the Gaudiya Mat, the Gaudiya communities. Srila Prabhupada entrusted all of his books to be translated by Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And he did it. And for several years when I would come to Mayapur, he insisted I stay in his room with him. He had rooms around his room, but he always insisted I stay in his room with him. And he put 2 sheets on the floor, and we would sleep next to each other on the floor. We'd usually, because in Mayapur there's kirtans and there's meetings and there's pujas and so many things are happening in Mayapur. Well, we would take rest usually around 10 at night or something because of everything going on. And when I would, if I happened to be awake just for a moment at midnight, I'd look next to me and he wasn't there. He was in his little back kutir or office, whatever you may want to call it. At midnight, he was translating Srila Prabhupada's books in Bengali. 7 days a week. Bhagavad Gita, Sri Ishopanishad, Nectar of Devotion, Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. All of the books took years and years. And I have never heard that he ever deviated from that commitment. Yes, he was only devotee for some months, and Srila Prabhupada called him and helped me with my correspondence, translate all my books into the sacred Bengali language. Srila Prabhupada personally taught him to cook. And gave him the service of cooking for Srila Prabhupada. He traveled with Srila Prabhupada. He was with Srila Prabhupada 24 hours a day. When Srila Prabhupada was in his pastime of illness, physical, he was taking care of medical attention. at his bedside. It's unimaginable. I can't even believe Srila Prabhupada considered my existence enough to pick up that rose. But he picked up Bhakti Charu Maharaj and held him in his hand for months and months and months at a time, and entrusted him most important responsibilities. And when Srila Prabhupada entrusted responsibilities in such a way to a devotee, he was simultaneously training that devotee and empowering that devotee to share with the world. All the special mercy and responsibilities and all of the wonderful interactions that were there between Bhakti Charu Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was entrusting and empowering him with the responsibility to share that mercy with the world, generation for generation. And he did. We can speak very long, but I think Pushpanjali is coming in 11:15, did you say? He loved Srila Prabhupada and he loved the world so much to share Srila Prabhupada. He just wanted to do everything, everywhere, always. That was his enthusiasm. The culture of cooking that Srila Prabhupada taught him, he personally taught his disciples, his followers, his well-wishers. And perhaps what a culture of cooking he created. Preparing prasad, serving prasad, and the whole etiquette that goes into the Vaishnav spirit of prasad. He personified that. Srila Prabhupada gave us such an emphasis on chanting the holy names. His wonderful kirtans from the heart of his heart with such devotion, such culture, such skill. His kirtans melted our hearts. I remember at one time when I was traveling in the 80s, practically any temple I went to, there were cassette tapes of Bhakti Charu Maharaj singing. Tavakatam Vritam Tapta Jivanam. There's so many beautiful kirtans and prayers. He was an embodiment, a personification of Vaishnav culture. As far as I can't think of any other leaders of our movement who were raised in Calcutta, where Srila Prabhupada was raised. Actually, that's one of the most close relationships I had with Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. Together we were trying to develop Calcutta. And I would do this much and he would do oceans. more than anyone else. He built that magnificent temple in Ujjain. Most of the movement never heard of Ujjain, but he built one of the most beautiful temples in the world in Ujjain with such a wonderful community. And it does happen to be the place that Krishna and Balaram went to school at Sandipani Muni's ashram. And it does happen to be one of the 4 places in the universe where the Kumbh Mela is celebrated every 12 years. In the Vedic literatures, you may have heard Avanti Desh. It's one of the holiest of holy places. But nothing was happening as far as Srila Prabhupada's mission. He went there and manifested that wonderful temple. How much he gave his life and soul year after year to help develop Sri Mayapur Dham, the Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir, and revealing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu's glories in Mayapur. He traveled around the world. Had such a, from what I've personally seen, the impact he had in England, the United Kingdom, and London, South Africa, I've seen, heard, Australia. He was always trying to get me to come with him to those places, but I just can't do what he does. If I could milk a cow nicely, that's a lot for me. He's traveling everywhere. Here in the United States. Can I tell you the first time I met Bhakti Charu Maharaj? May have been 79 or 1980, something like that. I was traveling to colleges and universities and towns and trying to give Harinam and Harikatha to these people and prasad. So I was always traveling. And I would actually quite rarely visit New Vrindavan. But I happened to come and I went to visit Srila Prabhupada's palace because it's a Pushpa Samadhi for Srila Prabhupada. So I went there to offer obeisances. I just pulled up in a van, I believe, or a station wagon, whatever I was given at that time. And in the kitchen was Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. He came to America from India and especially came to be Srila Prabhupada's cook for some time. He was cooking all the offerings and all the artis, just like he did when he was with Srila Prabhupada during those months. And he would bring the offering in and offer it to Srila Prabhupada. And he was so emotional because in many ways this was his service to Srila Prabhupada, a personal servant, and especially cooking. He would tell me the stories of while he was cooking, I just asked to assist him. Sometimes I would cut some sabjis, or other times I would wash some pots, because I was teaching cooking classes, but I didn't know how to cook. He was trained by Srila Prabhupada, and he had that whole motherly Bengali culture that he was raised in his whole life, and it was just beautiful to watch the devotion, the precision, like an artist creating a masterpiece in every preparation. Why? Because this was an offering to Srila Prabhupada. He put his heart and soul. We could feel it in his singing. We could see it and taste it in his cooking. We can be nourished by it when he's speaking. And we can get a glimpse into his love by his interactions. Yes, he was just in a meditation. After several years, I'm back cooking for Srila Prabhupada like that. Among God brothers and God sisters, the world very much saw him as the personification of Vaishnava culture. Like an acharya, especially for Vaishnava etiquette. He was naturally very soft and very sweet and very caring and very encouraging. And he was everyone's well-wisher. But when the need came, and some of us have witnessed this, to defend the integrity of Srila Prabhupada's mission, his courage, his boldness, his power and strongness was extraordinary. But it was coming from that soft, sweet place of his devotion. For those of you who live in India, I know hundreds of people who were introduced to Krishna consciousness by the television series Abhay Charan. Some of the most esteemed people of India that were very difficult to reach by our movement, I were able to meet them because their hearts were so much softened by their deep appreciation for Srila Prabhupada through that television series. He offered a tremendous amount of energy and resources into that project. And he was building magnificent temples. And when I would go to Calcutta, every time I'd see banners that he had just given public lectures, universities, in pandals, more than anybody. And how excited he was to develop Ultudanga Junction Road, Srila Prabhupada's birthplace, a wonderful, incredible temple for Srila Prabhupada in Calcutta. He was the main person designing it. And he knew how much Srila Prabhupada wanted Calcutta to be a world place let us do the most wonderful thing to glorify Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's birthplace. And simultaneously, he gave us this property here in Florida because he wanted to do something. He wants to do something wonderful for Srila Prabhupada here in America. Something unique and wonderful. Simultaneously, for 3 years before, practically, he was the vice chairman and the chairman of the International GBC, dealing with some of the biggest crises and problems of the world with such grace, such precision, and such strength. Srila Prabhupada loved him and saw so much in him. And actually, Bhakti Charu Maharaj and other such great souls, Jai Patak Swami Maharaj, Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj, these personal people that were in Prabhupada's entourage, Prabhupada was loving the world through teaching them how to lead us. On a personal level, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj his relationship and the remembrances of him are one of the truly most precious gifts Srila Prabhupada gave me. He was simply, genuinely, unconditionally a well-wisher. He would love to celebrate personally and inspire others to celebrate anything successful or good that any devotee had done in the service of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Krishna. A well-wisher who wanted everyone to succeed. A well-wisher who found the greatest joy in praising and glorifying other devotees. A well-wisher who was willing to give his life, his soul, his everything to serve by being an example in his own life. I'm so grateful to all of you for your love, your appreciation of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. He reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die. Vaishnavas die to live. And live to spread the holy name around. Thakur Bhakti Vinod, he composed a poem, and this was one line that was placed at the Samadhi Mandir of Srila Haridas Thakur. how it encapsulates the life, the legacy of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj and the presence that he has in our hearts today. Vaishnavas die to live. Let us meditate on that one line. Vaishnavas die to live. Nahanyate hanyamane sarire. For the soul there's no death. So how could a Vaishnav die? Die to live. That could be understood in so many ways on a personal level by every devotee. He reasons ill that say that Vaishnavas die, because Vaishnavas die to live. If you die to live, then you don't die. Well, how could you die to live unless you die? This is a Chintya Bheda Bheda Tattva if we go deep into the concept. But that means the apparent dying is actually a pastime to help all of us to receive what they are eternally living for. And what is that? Vaishnavas die to live and live to spread the holy name around. So they are living with us, and their death is actually part of how they're living within us to give us faith in the holy name of the Lord, to inspire us, to assist them now to spread the holy name all over the world. Srila Prabhupada taught even if he cried, when he would talk about his Guru Maharaj, he would also say, there was never a time I did not feel the presence of my spiritual master. Service in separation. That is where we feel the life of our Guru's presence within our own lives. Vaishnavas die to live and live to spread the holy name around. And Srila Prabhupada taught that we are never separated when you are trying to follow my instructions. Vaishnavas are living in sound. So by appreciating with deep gratitude those who love Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, by appreciating with great gratitude the life of unconditional service that he lived and exemplified. That all becomes invaluable when it's not just a theory or a sentiment, but when it inspires us and gives us the determination to assist him in his service to Srila Prabhupada in spreading the holy names around. Gatherings like this are special mercy, where we could focus all of our attention, our thoughts, our prayers on this principle. I don't know how we can live without Bhakti Charu Maharaj, but I don't know how we could live without appreciating Srila Prabhupada's gift in his life of devotion. Yayatamam prapadyante tamstataiva bhajamyam. Krishna reveals himself according to our surrender. And our spiritual masters are representing Krishna. The actual presence of our spiritual master is revealed to us through our surrender and according to our surrender. We may feel the presence in a photograph or Srila Prabhupada in his Murti, or we could be reading the books of our gurus. But Krishna tells the actual spiritual presence of Guru and Krishna is revealed according to our surrender to the will of Guru and Krishna. Today's gathering, we've come actually to be together for the pleasure of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj as the servant of the service of our beloved Srila Prabhupada, to inspire each other as well-wishers to go deeper and deeper into that, the beauty of his association through our surrender. Thank you very much.
His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj ki Jai. So thank you very much, Maharaj, enlightening us and sharing with us so many different characters of our Guru Maharaj. Thank you very much. I would also want to share.
I would like to tell one more story. I've told it before many times because when we were sleeping next to each other on his floor, and he would be translating and everything until like Mangal Arati. He was so devoted, so humble. He was so quiet. He never made a sound because he didn't want to wake me up. He would just be back there. He'd close the door and I would get up and see him, and then But one day, because of some sort of flowers and pollen in Mayapur, I had a severe asthma attack. And actually, literally, I was right in the border of death. It seemed impossible I could live through the night because there was no possibility of breathing practically. And in those days there was no medical help really in Mayapur. And he just sat next to me holding my hand, chanting the whole night. And I said, Maharaj, I said, I think I'm going to live, so please go to sleep. He wouldn't. When Srila Prabhupada said that a preacher, I think, has the courage of a British soldier, and the was it gentleness and the heart, the courage of a British soldier and the heart of a Bengali mother. Well, I felt like I was kind of reincarnated with a Bengali mother. So caring, so loving, and so genuine. Yes. Haribol. In many ways, he saved my life. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Maharaj, for sharing one more story. So, we also, many of us saw, who personally had a time with Guru Maharaj. He wanted to do everything perfect. You have seen many times, and he made also to do everything perfect. So I wanted to share with permission a small incident. In our home, he wanted to make lasagna, and then he had everything prepared and sheet, and then he put the tray and lasagna sheet he was putting, and then there was one corner, this much was not covered, and I thought that he may be just putting it like that. Then he took a scissor and then he cut a small piece of lasagna sheet and he patched it that. So he did like an artist perfectly that, and then put that lasagna inside. Yeah. So thank you very much, Maharaj, again. We would like to request Brahmatirtha Prabhu to share the things. So I wanted to. You wanted to sit? So I remember Guru Maharaj asking me once, do you know Brahmatirtha Prabhu? And somehow I heard Brahma Muhurta Prabhu. And then I was thinking, why Guru Maharaj? Because I knew somebody in New York, because I was staying in that area. Then he realized that there is some confusion. Then he said, do you know perfect question and perfect answer? The Bob Cohen in that is Brahmatirtha Prabhu. And he dedicated, and Guru Maharaj did mention, he dedicated his life to Srila Prabhupada, and he's very intelligent. He specifically mentioned that. Thank you, Brahma Muhurta Prabhu.
Thank you.
Sorry, Brahmatirtha Prabhu. I'm sorry.
As we say, whatever. Hare Krishna, it's a huge honor and to be here. There's a phrase in English that tells me who Bhakti True Swami is. It's called a Renaissance man. And Renaissance man means a person with many talents and areas of knowledge. And that was Bhakti True Swami. And he could do so much. And I was thinking this morning, I didn't know if I was speaking, but in case I did, I took some notes so I didn't be a complete idiot. And I kept thinking of a song. When I grew up in the Jewish tradition, I had a favorite song. And the favorite song was one called Dayenu, which some might be familiar with. And it was a song sung once a year at the Passover time. And the purpose of the song was this. And it's a song of complete gratefulness. It's a song saying, God, if you would have done this, you did this for us, that would have been enough. But then you did that for us. And then you did this, and that, and all of this. And it always ends with the refrain, and that would have been enough. And that makes me think of the life of Bhakti Charu Swami, because he did so much, it's almost hard to calculate. His relationship with Prabhupada was extraordinary. By the time he joined the movement, Prabhupada was in a bubble. I was one of the last ones to kind of sneak past the bubble, because I was at the first Mayapur festival and there was only one guest there and about 70 very excited devotees who were anxious to preach to the one guest. So Prabhupada protected me by keeping me with him. Otherwise, it's hard to say what would have happened. And after that, because the movement grew so large, then Prabhupada had to be in a bubble. That's understood. It has to be that way. Then when Bhakti Charu Swami came, the bubble was pierced. And even, as Radhanath Swami pointed it out earlier, even Tamal Krishna Maharaj wondered, why are you doing this? And Prabhupada said, because he understood right away. He saw that this was an extraordinary person, somebody educated in the Vaishnava culture, educated in the West, I believe, Germany or whatever, somebody of great education. So he had that extraordinary relation with Prabhupada. That would have been enough. Then he was a Vaishnava gentleman. I remember when I was in DeLand a few years back, and we're sitting for lunch, and he comes around and makes sure not only are we comfortable, but that everyone is getting a food fit for their personal diet. Like I have some restrictions. When he heard about it, he said, oh, well, and he just went over everything I could eat to make sure what I could eat would be suitable for me. I was highly embarrassed. I could just take something and I'll be fine. And then I had dinner at his apartment. There was a very heavy meeting in Ujjain, a GBC meeting. I was sitting in Vrindavan, happiest I've ever been in Vrindavan. And I get a call, you are coming to the GBC meeting, because I'm a mediator and I had to be there, this controversial issue. I go, no, but I went. And then at night, Bhakti Charu Swami, and the reason why, a very controversial issue, which was settled very satisfactorily, and the reason why it worked is every night Bhakti Charu Swami would invite the opposite parties to his room for dinner, and he served this elaborate, wonderful dinner. And all of a sudden, everybody just started liking each other. He just knew as a Vaishnava gentleman what to do. I was watching even one devotee, not over this issue, another issue, but he and I had some arguments for some number of years. We disagreed on something. And a senior man who was sitting next to me, and after that we became best friends and are still, to this day, best friends. So that was the power of Bhakti Charu Swami. He was a peacemaker, and that would have been enough. But peacemakers can also be lions. And I saw him, as Jayadvaita Swami had talked about earlier, in New York, when it came time to save the movement's, one of its most important temples in New York, to save it from some legal quagmire. He became a lion that, I think it's honest to say, no one expected that. No one. And I didn't think he could be such a lion, but he did. It was necessary. That would have been enough. He was an artist, a producer, a director. All of that would have been enough. His translations, working on that, that's it. That's extraordinary, that in the language that's so important to our tradition, Bengali, somebody else can translate in this or that language, but Bengali had to be done right. really right. And the one person he trusted the most, Bhakti Charu Swami. And of course, Bhakti Charu Swami I still listen to, as all of you do. His beautiful singing, yes, just that. I mean, I was blessed with the voice of a constipated frog. So, sorry about that, but reality is reality. So when I hear him sing with that beautiful silky tone and that style, I can get into it, I can listen to it, it's just wonderful. I may not have a good ear for singing, but I have a good ear for knowing what's fantastic. And finally, and all of this would have been enough, but the final thing, and this is very, very important, he was a personalist. And our movement, there's a saying that Ram Baru has come up with, which I think should be the motto of our movement: radical personalism, treating people as persons. And I watched Bhakti Charu Swami under because I do ISKCON Resolve, so I saw very trying circumstances, be the supreme personalist and get people who were really hurt and bitter because things didn't go right, just soften up, open their heart up, and become devotees and drop their bitterness. And only a supreme personalist could interact with people in such a dramatic, deep way to do that. So above all, he was a personalist. And therefore, as Radhanath Swami said, he's still with us, but in a different way. And one way he's with us is by all of us gathering like this. Because when we gather like this, we can feel his, that special potency he had. It comes out with his followers. It really does. I actually very much enjoy, on a personal level, associating with Bhakti Charu Swami's followers. For different followers, there's different flavors. When I associate with Tamal Krishna Maharaj's followers, and I had a lot of affection for him, I know this is the right way to do things. Because that's what he always epitomized, the best way to do things. I associate with different followers. I won't go into all that. When I associate with Bhakti Charu Swami's followers, I say, this is the way to be a Vaishnava gentleman. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Brahmatirtha Prabhu. And I would request His Grace Ramaya Prabhu. So Ramaya Prabhu is actually a big help for us, especially in Veda Foundation. He is one of our senior director and very good uncle to me. Many times I bothered him so much, even in the night. He patiently listened to me and advised on multiple different scenarios or different issues what we have. Many times I feel he is the right person, has a lot of patience to help us in this project. So thank you very much, Ramaya Prabhu, for all your help as well as coming today. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnana Timrandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakopadupisa Kipasanive Pajamarama Vinyovaishni Varmona. So I wish I could offer many experiences and interactions, associations with that I personally had with Bhakti Charu Swami, but they weren't so much. I think the first major time was I was involved with the North American Prabhupada Centennial in 1996, and Maharaj was then completing his video biography of Srila Prabhupada, which I feel is an extraordinary contribution to this movement. And I don't hear it advertised so much these days, but it's in these days where videos are so popular more than books, I would advise everyone to try and find that and follow it. It's very, very nice. Did a wonderful job. and service to all the devotees. My experience, I mean, I hear third hand many experiences. I know I've read this biography Bhakti Maharaj did of his experiences with Srila Prabhupada and his service of Srila Prabhupada. And I find it extraordinary that he just opens his heart up and tells us exactly, in a very humble way, how he was feeling and how he understood, just like Prabhupada gave him to translate his books into Bengali. So a little while after that, he asked Prabhupada, I think I should study Sanskrit. Prabhupada said, what? Sanskrit? There are so many Sanskrit scholars. What is needed is a devotee of Krishna. And later on he said, Prabhupada said, if you need to learn Sanskrit, you learn it through my books. And that was his experience, that he learned Sanskrit by reading Srila Prabhupada's books and translating them. The other notable thing I remember is that he was preaching for some time in Ujjain, and then suddenly in a very short time there was this beautiful temple. And even he commented that he couldn't believe how quickly the beautiful temple manifested completely in a very nice way. So this was obviously Krishna's empowerment and Krishna's blessing, Srila Prabhupada guiding him in many ways. Another more personal way, not directly, but well, you could say directly, was that I was recently completing my studies with the GBC College, and they have a section on Vaishnava Sadachar, telling us what it means, how to implement it, how to embody it. And they obviously selected the ideal teacher for that was His Holiness Bhakti Swami, and he gave very wonderful personal explanations and guidance and highlights of what it means to have the life of a Vaishnava and how we interact, how we treat each other, how we personally act in our own lives. And he's just shared his most personal, deep realizations, and I felt it was very, very helpful and enlightening and a great guidance for me. And then I'm involved with the Tampa community there. We've been preaching there for some years. Some of you may know that. More than 10 years, trying to develop a congregation there. And in 2020, we were in the, was it 2020? Maybe it was just before that, 2019. We were, many of the devotees had come here to attend a festival, I believe, and I came also, and at that time Maharaj invited me in, spoke with me. I introduced some of the devotees to him, and it was very, very personal, and personally arranged all the prasadam and made sure I could have, as Brahmatirtha Prabhu said, prasadam, the types of prasadam I could eat. And so he was very careful. And then at one point he said to me, he said, I look very much forward to working with you in the future. So I hadn't meditated on that too deeply, but I had some idea it might mean something quite significant. But then I think he left shortly after that to go back to India and his other duties. And the next time he came was in the middle of the pandemic. And it was a shock to see how he had been affected and how everything had changed so quickly. And I remember I'm living in Alachua one devotee, you may know Pran Govinda, was going down on the final hours to visit Maharaj and be there with him as he left. And I was pretty determined to go with him. But then my god sister, Mother Mukhya, she wrote me and called me and she begged me not to go. She said, don't go, don't go. She was so afraid I would catch COVID, and she didn't want me to go. So I missed that last chance, and very much lamented I didn't have that opportunity. So fast forward a few years later, I believe, and Purnachandra comes knocking on my door, and somehow or other, by Krishna's arrangement, Prabhupada's arrangement, he asked me to become involved with this project and to help him. And probably I didn't understand exactly what it was all about. There's a lot of challenges here. Not the least of which is there's a very, very small number of devotees, maybe 6 or 8 or maybe a few more, to take care of serving the deities and developing this place, 120 acres. There's more cows than there are devotees living here. So you kind of get the picture that this is a challenge in some ways. And to the vision that Srila Bhakti True Swami had for this place was quite large and expansive. So for that to be maintained and developed by a few devotees, especially Purnachandra Prabhu, is a great challenge. And yes, he does call me technically, often late at night. It's like, okay, I'm shutting down, time to take rest, and Prabhu, can I talk to you for a few minutes? And an hour later, we finally finish. So, trying to help. I wish I could do more substantial, but project like this is quite expansive and quite significant, and can have a big effect preaching, as Bhakti True Maharaj wanted. He wanted to exhibit for the public Vaishnava culture, like dance and drama and singing and all kinds of kirtan, bhajans, and also cow protection, some of his main desires, and do this, make it open and available to everyone to participate and follow and witness. So it's a challenge, and we're taking it step by step, right? I think our next challenge is to see if we can build a cow barn for the cows. The 15 cows, they need to be out of the weather sometimes. It's a little more challenging than you would think, but anyway, we're trying somehow or other. So, in this way, I feel that somehow or other Bhakti True Maharaj is engaging me in the service of his vision here and developing. I didn't anticipate it, I didn't understand it, but now it's been handed to me, so I seek all your blessings that Purnachandra Prabhu may be successful here, and that all of you, I can help in any way, make it successful. Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj Ki Jai.
His Grace Ramya Prabhu Ki Jai. I also want to comment, and I'm sorry for bothering Prabhu so many times in the night. Yes, Soma Prabhu. Yes, Soma Prabhu. So just wanted to mention about Ramya Prabhu. He is one who is helping us tremendously. He is actually one of few, when I go with a problem, then he immediately starts working on that. Whether it is a management problem, whether it is a resource problem, like a few weeks back when I was talking with him, he started already calling multiple people saying, okay, we need help. And he's the one who lined up the help. So we thank you, Ramya Prabhu, for that. Hari Bol. So we would like to welcome Soma Prabhu. Soma Prabhu, thank you very much for coming and enlightening us. And please forgive us. I didn't recognize before, so please forgive me. And then please share with us your wonderful time with Guru Maharaj. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Of course, it's a great honor, and I'm very grateful to be here. I also feel, how to put it, like I feel unfortunate that I didn't have very much association with Bhakti Charu Maharaj. But this, little festival, I really love hearing about him. I mean, I did know him a little bit, and to hear, Jayadvaita Maharaj speaking so wonderfully about him, and Radhanath Maharaj, all these pastimes, and Ramanya and Brahmatirtha. I mean, I'm learning so much about him. I already knew that he was, a very pukka, like everybody said, perfect gentleman, Vaishnav, Acharya. So even though I feel unfortunate, I feel fortunate to be here and hearing all this. Even just the last time that I saw him, which was in Alachua, he was just outside the temple room, and I came up, and he's, always smiling so much that he came over to me, and he actually knew my name. I was surprised, and he said, "Oh, Soma, so nice to see you," and he gave me a big hug, and he was, inquiring, asking how I was and things. And he was just so personal like that. He really made me feel appreciated and welcome. And I was really happy to have his little association like that with him. I mean, I saw him a few times here and there. One time I was working on what was called the Sanctuary then in New York City. Now it's called the Bhakti Center. And I just came down the stairs, I came out the front door, and there was Bhakti Charu Maharaj, as always, big smile. And he had a bunch of devotees around him. And of course he's saying, "Oh, hi, how are you?" and like that. And then he said, "I want to know if I can go up to the roof because I want to film some scenes on, the Prabhupada's biography that he did for the TV show." So of course I said yes, and I brought him to the roof, and I think they might have filmed some there for that series. But like I say, this is going to be short because I didn't have much association with him. And that's my misfortune, but I really feel, grateful and honored to be here and to hear about him and to see this wonderful project that he has and all those wonderful devotees. So he was definitely a great, great soul. All right, so thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Soma Prabhu. His Holiness Chandramauli Maharaj was telling in the morning, this clock is fast. So it is fast. We are at 12, but we are still in preparation. So we would like to continue our offering. So I would request His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu to come and speak.
I was not expecting, but Om Ajnana Timirandasya Ganam Janam Chalakaya Chakshur Anmilitan Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. It is definitely a great privilege to be here. And just to hear all of you, his God brothers, speaking was like a fountain of refreshing nectar to me. Because the separation I felt when Bhakti Charu Swami left was so strong. It was like a father who became a father in a very short period. I got to associate with him after he was the EC of the GBC body. And I started this mission because somehow I felt I would like to help Prabhupada in developing farms and spaces, because my family are farmers and I thought that's a nice service. But in the GBC body, it was not a service that was highly appreciated or valued at that moment. We had a very small budget. So I asked His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami for some financial help. And for 1 year he couldn't help. But the next year, when he was a GBC EC member, he phoned me from America and he said in 30 minutes everything that he thought was necessary. His message was Prabhupada had to establish bhakti. Therefore, he didn't have enough time to establish the cow protection movement. But now, it's time for us to do that. What I felt is that in his heart, he had done everything that a Vaishnava could possibly do. He established the SPT, the conflict resolution ministry was himself. He would resolve conflicts over prasadam, over Vaishnava dealings. And his touch was so special that someone like me, Radhanath Swami, has a glorious position in our movement. I was from South America, Maharaj. Brazil is a very distant country, and now they're asking me to do this, what wasn't done in 40 years. So I felt like a very small, little thin soldier in front of a whole universe of opposition in the current situation. But he said, don't worry, I'll support you. And the unconditional support that I felt from His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami, I have never felt in my whole life. He would consider any necessity I had, be it material, health-wise, leadership-wise, anything he would promote. And he would simply say, it's no problem. And he'll make a few phone calls, boom, and it was sorted. So what I felt his message was, now that ISKCON is established, we need to offer a place for devotees to practice spiritual life very deeply. And he would equate cow protection as the element which was necessary for us to do that. And through that, he was trying to manifest. So when he bought this place, he bought it for the ministry to develop cow protection. But when I saw, I said, Maharaj, with this soil, it's going to be a big challenge for us. And he says, yes, I understand, Kalakanta, it's right. We'll look for another place. But somehow I am in love with this place, and I have a vision for this place. So I like to develop that. And I said, Maharaj, whatever you desire, we shall do. What I notice about Maharaj is that even though I'm a newcomer, I'm a soldier, rank and file soldier, which somehow Krishna put to do some service for him. Maharaj will never make the distinction. If I was in front of Giriraj Swami, say, oh, here is Kalakanta, and he'll glorify me to the heights of the heavens, and I'll be like embarrassed, but he'll do that. So my impression of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami is that he was like a little expansion or a big expansion of Srila Prabhupada in this movement. And every time there's a conflict in the room, they're saying, we need to call Bhakti Charu Swami. So this was my small realization. I thank you all very much. I'm very grateful to be here, and it's an honor. Hare Krishna to all of you. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Kalakant Prabhu. So we request His Holiness Chandramouli Maharaj to speak few words. Guru Maharaj. Should I bring the mic here? Please.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. His Holiness Bhakti Tirobhav Swami Maharaj ki jai. So I'll be very brief. I am considered myself very fortunate because I did have many opportunities associated with Bhakti Tirobhav Maharaj in Chicago, in London, Mayapur, and just in traveling we would meet also. And I don't think I can say anything more about his outstanding qualities that was already been said. But again, we all had that experience, especially those of us who were with him, that he was always very personal and very, very affectionate. Radhanath Maharaj mentions one of his first times when he met Bhakti Tirobhav Maharaj, and it was around the same time that I had that same encounter with Maharaj for the first time. And that was in New Vrindavan in 1980 when Maharaj came. And at that time he was taking care of or giving his association to a devotee who was having, a senior devotee who was having severe trouble. And he wanted to help that devotee by giving his association and his encouragement, his guidance. And that was Hare Krishna. That was, I can't even remember the name. Hamsaduta Prabhu. That was Hamsaduta Prabhu. They both came. And at that time I was the pujari at Srila Prabhupada's palace. And Ananda Kumara was the cook. And we would daily offer Srila Prabhupada a huge Raj Bhoga offering. And so Bhakti Tirobhav Maharaj came just before that time, and he had requested, can I cook for Srila Prabhupada? And of course, Nanda Kumara Maharaj, Nanda Kumara Prabhu immediately stepped aside, and Maharaj began. And he just absorbed himself in cooking this grand Rajbhog offering, which was about twice as many preparations as Srila Prabhupada would normally get for his daily offering. And this was the first time I had met him. I mean, I had heard about him, but this is the first personal association. So I was just I was kind of watching him to see who is this great soul, and trying to learn a little bit more about his love for Srila Prabhupada as he was cooking. And then he had finished. He offered me the plate. I took it, went on to the altar, placed it in Srila Prabhupada's front, and began the offering. As I made the offering, and as soon as I finished the offering, Bhakti Tirobhav Maharaj walks on the altar. And he came to see Srila Prabhupada. But one thing had happened when he came on the altar, he noticed something on the altar that really attracted his attention and, in one sense, his affection. It was the original drum that had started the Hare Krishna movement back in 1965-66 in New York. A little tom-tom drum that Srila Prabhupada started with his kirtans in Tompkins Square Park. And Maharaj looked at that drum, his eyes got big. He picked up the drum like it was a the most precious and loving thing. He braced it to his chest, and then he looked at me. He said, "This is the drum that started the Hare Krishna movement." And he said it with such feeling and such affection for the drum. And I've been looking at that drum every day, and I didn't have even iota of that, attraction to the drum. That changed my whole idea. And then I would offer my obeisances to the drum every time I'd go on the after this. So then Maharaj came, and then we took prasadam together after the offering. And when we went on to the altar, now this is something we shouldn't do, but I did it. He took his socks off and threw them in the corner to, do his service and go on the altar. And when he left, he forgot his socks. So I thought, very good. I get some mercy. So I rolled up those socks, unbeknownst to anyone, and I kept them. I think I gave them away when somebody asked me many years later. That was back in 1980. So I was so attracted to his persona, his affection, his love for Srila Prabhupada, he showed by the way he cooked for Prabhupada, and just the way he would carry himself. It was just like he was a personification of care, concern, and personality all in one. That was a nice experience. I had many more experiences, but our time is short. But one thing I wanted to say when Radhanath Swami was speaking, and I'm sorry, Maharaj, if I don't want to embarrass you with this, but when Bhakti Charu Maharaj would see me, he would, after he would greet me, he says, "Where's Radhanath Maharaj? How is he?" Because myself and Radhanath Swami, we go back all the way to 1973 in New Vrindavan. So he would always connect me with Maharaj, and he would always ask me, "How is Maharaj? Where is he?" So they had such a close and loving relationship that it cannot be described in words. And so this was something that it helped me to understand that loving relationship that they had. It was very, very deep. Of course, Maharaj was loving and caring to everyone. But on a personal level, we always have our favorites. And that's just the way life is. And Maharaj always wanted to know about Radhanath Swami. What is he doing? Where is he traveling? Like that. And a lot of times I couldn't even answer the questions, but it just helped me to understand how affectionate they were towards each other. There's much more I can say in terms of experiences I had, but I know time is short and we have to get on to the next program, so thank you very much. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki.
His Holiness Chandramouli Maharaj ki jai. So thank you very much, Maharaj. Patiently agreeing to stay with us and guide us. When I met Maharaj at Alachua, Maharaj did mention he wanted to come and see. He has written a book, so he wanted to explain us how we can do the things. And we are happy that he will be staying a couple of days with us to guide us. So thank you again, Maharaj, for your mercy. So we have one more. Yeah, sorry. Kavila Prabhu, you want to speak? Yeah. 5 minutes. So we would like to welcome His Grace Kaivalya Prabhu, who all the way from Philadelphia came to attend this program. Right. So we are already in the process of offering. So in next 5 minutes, we would be able to do.
Om Agyanti Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunvitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruvai Namaha. So I feel very fortunate that Bhakti Charu Maharaj was coming to my home several times, and actually he was so kind and so personal to each of his devotees and well-wishers, that he will do anything. He will call in the middle of the night sometime. If you are in difficulty, he he will help many times. I was in management of Philadelphia, and many times I had questions, and he will really help us so nicely and give so nice advice, how we can mitigate that situation without harming anybody, So he was very expert in that. Also, any of his devotees, any problem I have seen, he will wake up very early in the morning and finish his chanting before even anybody else can wake up, like 3:30, 4 o'clock, before that, he will finish all his chanting and everything, and he will call his disciples and hear everybody's problems or any guidance or anything, and he will give proper guidance. So it's his greatness, it's a very great thing that he could do for his disciples. And in general, like for ISKCON movement also, he did so many things, he gave us Abhacharan series, he gave us, so we can see Prabhupada's whole life, how dedicated and what he did for this whole world. Also, he gave us so many nice bhajans which we can really listen all our life, so nice melodious bhajans. So there's so much contributions of Maharaj, and I'm so thankful to Maharaj that he had proper association, proper guidance for my family and all of us. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kavela Prabhu. We would like to invite our last speaker for this session, Her Grace Radha Sundari Mataji, to please come forward. Mataji may not remember, but many years before, maybe 2006-07, when I got opportunity to serve Guru Maharaj at New Vrindavan. That time, she was having a lot of services with Guru Maharaj, and I believe Guru Maharaj appreciated her service very much. Thank you, Mataji, for coming with your family. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakticharya Swami took great joy in being what he considered to be the youngest of his godbrothers and godsisters. He took great pride in that, and having his elder brothers and sisters to shower their affection and protection on him. So I won't be so presumptuous as to speak anything from myself in front of his worshipable godbrothers. But since I've been asked to speak something on behalf of Maharaj's servants, I'll share my last conversation with Maharaj, the last thing that he said to me, and I hope that it can serve as inspiration to, as His Holiness Radhanath Swami said, for all of us to carry forward the mood and mission of His Holiness Bhakticharya Maharaj. This was before the hospital stay, before COVID, before Maharaj came back to DeLand. Maharaj was still in India. And he phoned me one day. We spoke for a long time, and at the end of the conversation, Maharaj said, I don't think there's any service left for me here. He said there was so much that I wanted to do for Srila Prabhupada, and I've tried my best to do that. But I think I've done all that I can. He said, I'm confident the future of Srila Prabhupada's movement is in the hands of committed grihastas of the generations to come. He said, I'm not needed here anymore. And I said, Maharaj, it doesn't matter how committed we are if we don't have you to guide us. What will we do if we don't have the shelter of your instructions and inspiration and guidance? And Maharaj responded in very typical Bhakticharya Maharaj form with a poem by Rabindranath Tagore. The poem states, "Who will take care of my duties when I am gone?" said the setting sun. "I will try my best, O Master," said the clay lamp. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radha Sundari Mataji. So we will be preparing for Pushpanjali now. So just 2 more minutes. We are just taking out the offerings. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna. So we request everyone can kindly stand up for Pushpanjali, and also please come closer to Maharaj's altar so you can offer the flowers. So we have one tray of flowers coming for Mataji's, and here we have one tray for all the Prabhus. Everyone can please chant Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. So everyone can kindly move forward. The devotees who are back, they should also have the opportunity to offer the flowers. So everyone, please kindly come forward. Thank you. So we'll be chanting the entire Mangalacharan prayers, and at the end we'll actually be doing Maharaj Pranam mantras, and after each Pranam mantra we'll be actually making an offering. So the offering will be 3 times. So all the petals in your hand you can actually divide into 3. So 3 times we'll be making the offering. Please chant. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Deva Shri Radha Krishna Pada Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine Snigna Cheta Supraneta Vagminamcha Rasa Plutam Prabhupada Gata Prana Naumi Bhakti Charupada Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami
इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती इति नामिने श्री वार्षभानवी देवी दैताय कृपाधे कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्य उज्ज्वल प्रेमाध्य श्री रूपानुगा भक्तिदा श्री गौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्री मूर्ते दीनतारिणे रूपनुगा विरुद्धाप सिद्धांत द्वंतहारिणे नमो गौर किशोराय साक्षात वैराग्य मूर्ते विप्रलंब रसाम्बोधे पदाम्बुजाय ते नमः नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपनुगवरायते गौरविर्भाव भूमेस्त्वं निर्देष्ट सज्जन प्रिय वैष्णव सार्वभौमा श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यस्य कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरतुषे नमः पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकां हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपेशा गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते जयतां सुरतोर्पंगो मम मंदर्मतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्य पदाम्भोजो राधा मदन मोहना दिव्य वृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमदः श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थो श्रीमद्राधा शील गोविंद देवो प्रेष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमन् रासरसारंभी वंशीवत ततस्थितः कर्षन् वेणु सुनैर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथ श्रेयस्तुनः तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी इति नामिने स्निग्धचेत सुप्रणेत वाग्मिनां च रसप्लुता प्रभुपादगत प्राण नौमि भक्ति चरूपदा एषा पुष्पांजलिः एषा पुष्पांजलिः एषा पुष्पांजलिः His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine Snigna Cheta Supraneta Vagminamcha Rasaplutam Prabhupada Prana Naumi Bhakti Charupada Esha Pushpanjalihi Esha Pushpanjalihi Esha Pushpanjalihi. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine Snigna Cheta Supraneta Vagminamcha Rasaplutam Prabhupada Prana Naumi Bhakti Charupada Esha Pushpanjalihi Esha Pushpanjalihi Esha Pushpanjalihi. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Kirtan. So now we are going to have Aarti for His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, and also the curtains will open, so we'll be having Aarti for the Diti Shri Gaur Nitai and Maharaj, and we'll be reciting the Samsara Dava prayers, so please kindly join us. And immediately after the Aarti, Prasadam will be served, so we request all senior God brothers of Maharaj, we are serving the Prasadam right in the yoga deck, the open space, right where I'm pointing, and the devotees will be served in the Prasadam hall. So we request all Prabhupada disciples, please give us an opportunity to serve you. The tables will be set outside. Hare Krishna.
Samsara dhava nadalida loka Tranaya karuna gana ganatvam Praptasya kayana gunarnavasya Vande Guroshi Charanara Vindam Kirtan Manasora Sena. Romanchakampa Shutarangabhadro Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Shingaratan Mandiramarjanado. Yuktasya bhaktam shaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Svadana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangha. Kritvaiva Tripte Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Shri Radhika Madhava Yorapara Madhurya Leela Gunarupa Namna. Pratikshana Svadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Nikunjayono Ratikeli Sidyai Yayali Bhiyuktirapekshaniyya. Tata Tridaksha Rati Valabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Sakshadharitve samasta shastre Ruktastata bhavyata eva sadi. Kintu praborya priya eva tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Yasya prasada Bhagavat prasado Yasya prasada Nagati kutopi. Dayam stuvam stasyaya shastri sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda 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 Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Can you go on? Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Nami Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Deva, Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Deva. Jaya Bhakti Charu Swami Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Gaura Hari. Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Jayom Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajakacarya Astottara Sattva Sri Sriman, His Divine Grace, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajakacarya Astottara Sattva Sri Sriman, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajakacarya Astottara Sattva Sri Sriman, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Ki, Ananta Gaudiya Vaishnavinda Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Sri Rup Sanatan Bhattaragana Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatt Das Raghunath Sad Goswami Ki, Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki, Vrindavan Dham Ki, Sri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki, Jagannath Puri Dham Ki, Sri Ujjain Dham Ki, Gangamai Ki, Jamunamai Ki, Tulasi Devi Ki, Bhakti Devi Ki, Samabhira Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Sri Sri Radhamadan Mohan Ki, Gauda Nitai Ki, Harinam Shankirtan Ki, Nitai Gauda Premanandi. Glories to the assembled devotees, glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees, glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we would be now going to the dining hall. So those who are coming here first time, if you follow the path all the way, the left side building is a dining hall.